Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good, though I'm a bit tired, so we'll see how long the stream goes for. So, yeah, we're going to start a new game here, and I feel like I've mentioned it enough times. It's about time I got around to doing this. So, yeah, we're going to be playing Grim Dawn. This is an action RPG, which came out, 2016 or something, I think? Let me have a look. Yeah, February 2016. It's had two expansions since then, which I do have, and I have 470 hours in it. What with all the stuff happening with Blizzard and not being interested in Diablo 3, Diablo 4, I played a bit of Path of Exile, and that's pretty good. I feel compelled to say they did a good job with that because the developers are a New Zealand company. But it's, it's an online experience, so I prefer sort of the more solely of a single player focused game. Though, you can play Grim Dawn multiplayer, and Grim Dawn filled that for me. So yeah, we're going to be playing this. I don't know if we'll play a full playthrough of it. It is a rather lengthy game, and I have played quite a bit of it, but I'll at least show it off a bit. So yes, and a third patch and a third expansion on the way too. Fangs of something or other, I think, like snowy mountain areas. 470 hours is pretty young, honestly. Well, yes, compared to some other games which I have time in, Warhammer Total War series. Fangs of Astrakhan. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. This is my main character. I'll show this briefly so people can see what stupid stuff I've gotten up to in the past. This is, I've mentioned a few times, my pure soldier. Level 100. This is in, ultimate difficulty, I think it's called. I haven't been able to defeat the boss in the base game. It would take a while. I've tried a few times over the years. Who would know that building a pure soldier would make battles very slow? I certainly didn't, he said, lying. So yeah, it's just a sword and board class focused on survivability. I forget exactly how it works. Enemies hurt me. I get auras which reduce the amount of damage I take, and I just hack away at them with my axe until they die. This is my axe. It has Oleron's blood in it, which gives me a unique move called, where is it? Did they remove it? Cadence? No. Is that it? Hang on. Hold up. Yeah, I think that's it. Cadence. So, it deals a bit more damage than normal. And, a key element of this character was, some... what is it? I had some, items. Fortress here. Or was it something else? Again, it's been quite a while since I played this, but I remember I had at least two effects from items which gave me a shield when my health got low. So the enemy would reduce my health to zero or near zero, and then I get a burst of healing, and then have to do it again when I had a shield up. And then if they got me close to death again, it would just regenerate back up to full. So the stupid stuff I managed to force through until this point, where it would probably take about 40 minutes for me to defeat the boss. Anyway, that's getting way ahead of ourselves. Let's play a new character. We'll call ourselves Gwynam. Veteran mode. I played a little bit with this on. Yeah, sure. I played ARPGs, a bit more experience, make things a bit tougher at the beginning. Sure. Whatever. And we start the game. Don't choose a class. Cadence is a soldier class skill? Ah, okay. Must have been something else then. There's been a lot of patches since I played that character, so maybe some moves moved around.
We paid a heavy price. But the trap worked?
You seem surprised.
It's been a while since we've had a win. How long will it hold?
I've never entrapped a being like this. But the bonds hold, for now.
How do we dispose of it?
I'm just a witch. You're the soldier.
If it bleeds, I can kill it.
How do you kill a spirit, though?
If you kill the mortal vessel while it's bound, the spirit may perish within. If it escapes...
It's listening to us.
What are you?
Others of your kind name us ethereal.
Why have you invaded our world?
Your world. We existed first, but were managed by your corrupt gods. Your kind opened the way, and now we return to claim what by right should be ours.
I've heard enough of this rubbish. Let's hang it.
Destroy this vessel, and I will find another. I have tasted its desires and emotions. Your kind is weak. You have already lost this war.
Do it.
Captain!
Cut him down.
What? Are you mad? Better safe than sorry.
The spirit has fled!
This is a human now.
The captain is correct. When they awaken, they won't remember a thing.
The ethereal was right. The war is lost. We're a resistance now, and we need every human survivor we can call to our cause. Maybe this one here can still die with some honor. If they ever wake up, send them to me. If they don't, bury him deep with the others.
Okay, there's the beginning. Predator copyright claims this. Oh well. I guess we'll see. Perhaps we'll cut it out for the YouTube video then, if that's the case. People on YouTube, yeah, the intro cutscene may be removed. Oh, you mean if it bleeds, I can kill it? Oh, okay. Well then, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I misunderstood. Yeah, sure. Predator reference. Went over my head. Not the first time, won't be the last. Anyway, that was us. We just got hanged. And we're all better now because the spirit which was inside of us left. The ethereal, as they call themselves. Let's talk to Jarvis here.
Still drawing breath, I see. You're one lucky bastard, I'll give you that.
Might be a little low.
Let's go speak to Captain Bourbon right away. He seems to have a plan for you now that we've spared your life.
Okay. What happened? How did I get here?
You were possessed. So we strung you up. Seems the spirit fled your body before your life ran out. I'd have left you to hang, but the captain had other plans. He sees some purpose in you, and I'm not going to argue.
Okay, where can I find this captain then?
He's up the road, in the courtyard. Don't make me regret cutting you down.
Yeah, okay, I'll be on my way then. Okay, let me just increase the voice acting volume, I think. Ah, I have the volume quite down because I've been playing it on my own. That should be better.
What are you standing around here for? If you're not gonna make yourself useful, we may as well get another noose ready. No sense in keeping around another mouth to feed.
Yeah, okay. I might turn it down a little bit. Now I feel like it's too loud. This might not make too much of a difference for you. Let me bump the dialogue up a bit. There we go. Okay. So yeah, here we are. We have a shiv, a plank shield, warm clothes, warm pants, and a bag of salt, which gives us 5% less damage from ethereals. Oh, we also unlocked Rift Gate, which is this thing down here. It's Town Portal. Now, I'll leave the tutorials on, even though I know most of it.
You're not looking too bad for someone just come back from the brink of death. You were taken, possessed by the same creatures that have been reanimating these zombies here.
Hello.
Normally, I'd have burned you with the rest to be safe, but we've lost too many people to the dead. I need someone expendable, someone with nothing to lose but a lot to gain. Right now, you're that person. Prove your worth to me, and the survivors of Devil's Crossing may just welcome you.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Bodies of the dead are rising again in some horrible unlife. Corpses don't just get up and move around on their own. Something is reanimating our deceased with ethereal energy. We have observed the dead for some time, and they appear to be flooding Lower Crossing from the burial hill, just beyond town. I want you to go to the burial hill, find whatever is controlling these abominations, and destroy it.
Where can I find that
You
place?
will need to fight your way through Lower Crossing. Once you've crossed the stream on the far side of town, there will be a beaten path leading up to Burial Hill. I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I'd be asking a lot of my people to welcome you with open arms too. Help us in our hour of need, and I will open Devil's Crossing to you.
Okay. We have no reason to turn it down. If we have a look at the map, we go to the world map, we can see there's Lower Crossing, and then there's Burial Hill. And we can see that the map is quite large. This is the first expansion. The second expansion adds an area up here. Or is that the first one? And this is the second one. This might be the second one. I forget which order they came out. I think it was the desert one's the second one. But there is a lot of stuff. The maps aren't randomized in this game like in Diablo 2. But that's not really a negative, because there are a lot of small little side areas for you to find. So the world has got a lot of hidden stuff in it, which is really neat. Oh, we found something. We got mighty scrap metal grips of attack. Oh, it's telling us about our hit points down here. Yes. So, this is our health here. We have 255. You see this slight yellow tinge around it? This is our constitution, I think it's called. It's like if we lose health, the constitution will be drained to fill our health. If the constitution drops to 0, then our health won't regenerate once we're out of combat. It like replaces the constitution, replaces our health with our constitution. So you don't need to heal with potions after battle. Mana doesn't have anything like that. You'll see once we take some damage. Here's some zombies. And start beating them up. We can rotate the camera. These zombies are a little bit tougher than normal because we've got veteran mode on. And nice, I just have to hold down the mouse button. I don't need to re-click on each of the enemies. You can also hold down shift, like in Diablo, to stand still. There's also spacebar, which
Can't do that yet.
lets you dash to get out of the way of attacks. I don't think I really use it that often. That might be just my tank character, which I showed off earlier talking. But you can use it to like quickly dash around and dodge attacks. So, dash is a new thing. That's probably why I don't remember using it that much. We can break this table. If you hold down shift and click, you can break some of the objects around the world. There can be uses to doing that. Items can be hidden inside of objects which you can't actually target. So you can see this jug here. I can click on this to attack it. And we've got some chilled steel. I'll get to that. But this cabinet here, I can't click on it to attack it. But if I hold down shift and attack in the direction of it, we'll break it. There could be something in it. But there wasn't that time. I think my mic is slightly distorted. That could just be the quality of the microphone. Maybe I'm speaking a bit too loud? I haven't changed anything in regards to it. So... It does sound tin canned like. Is it obvious whenever I'm talking, or is it just, or is it just sometimes? Actually, one moment. I can listen to a Git online to see what it's like. Yeah, that kind of sounds like a bit usual to me. When I talk louder, oh, right, yeah, that would just be because the limiters I have in place. I don't think the microphone I have is really good at dealing with things like that, so... There's only a Blue Yeti. It does the job, but, yeah. It's also probably just how I have the audio set up. I'm not good at audio. This works. To me, it sounds alright, so I just sort of leave it as it is. People want to give me advice on how to set it up better. It would be welcome. I've had some people helping me in the past, but... I forget the settings I have it set to. Yeah. Unlike Diablo 2, I won't be doing full explorations of these places. And we gotta level up. Now, I don't have a plan on what I'm going to build this character as. We have all of these different classes, 8 of them. We have Soldier, Demolitionist, Occultist, Nightblade, Arcanist, Shaman, Inquisitor, Necromancer, and Oathkeeper. You've seen this briefly, the Soldier. It's wear armor, sword and board. You've got shouts which you can use to buff your teammates if you have them, as well as things like defensive position when you're using a shield, and cleaves, and shockwaves to hit multiple enemies with, and so on and so forth. Demolitionist is like, well, you can kind of see, focused on range. You can throw bundles of TNT, setting things on fire, using guns. Though I don't think you necessarily have to focus on guns. There's quite a bit of flexibility when it comes to actually how you build the classes themselves. Then there's the Occultist, a spellcaster. You have summons, but you also have things like bolts, which you can hurl at the enemy, and damage pools and so on. Nightblade's the assassin type. I haven't really played that much of that one. Dash around and deal lots of damage to the enemy quickly. The Arcanist, I don't really know how to describe it differently. I guess more of like a... Let's see. Uses ethereal and elemental energy. Okay. I have to get into the different elemental types in the game. You got the Shaman, Lightning, and so on and so forth, I guess. There's some of the... Again, I haven't made a Shaman. Inquisitor, don't really remember it either. I think it's like debuffs for the enemy and blessing your items. You haven't done Demolition and Nightblade and Shaman. Shaman is either Pets, Lightning, or Pure Violence. Right. Yeah, because they've always got things which kind of will work with how you want to do it. So, while the Shaman might have spells, they'll also have buffs for melee weapons as well. So you can well, we'll get to that. Necromancer, Summon Undead, Drain Life for the enemies, and the Oathkeeper, which I haven't used. These last two are from each from one of the expansions. Melmouth and the Desert. I forget what it's called. So, yeah, I guess these are like soldiers a bit, but also a bit more offensive and being able to burn enemies. Kind of weapon and shield tank type. Right, okay. Because, yeah, the soldier isn't just sword and board like I did it. You can also focus on, like, two-handed weapons, which I was also able to switch to. But, yeah, the key thing with this is you'll see here, you get to choose 2 of these. If you don't decide to be an idiot like me and just focus on one, which you can do. It will be more difficult because you get extra stats from combining 2 of them. I don't know if they've changed it to make it more feasible to do a single class, but I think it's really designed to mix 2 of them together. If anyone has any opinions on what you'd like to see, I'm pretty much open to anything. There's no real tweaking for single class support, but you can always pick it to second class anytime. And turn one with level 100 soldier to something else. Yes, that's something else. The game is really forgiving when it comes to experimenting. I'm pretty sure it's easy to re-roll your character and your skills and rebuild your character. So... let me see. You can easily rebuild, but you can't repick your class combinations. Ah, okay. That's the one thing you're locked into. Right, right. Yes, I know. Don't nag me. Having discussions. Let me see. No, that's achievements. No, that's inventory. That's classes. Okay, let's see. How do I split this up? I guess I go to roll 2 dice. I don't have D4s. So I roll 2 D6s. If it goes over, I'll just roll it again. 1 to 8 going down the list. That is an 8. That's an Oathkeeper. Okay. So now we've got the skills here. We can still change this, I believe, because we haven't put any points into it. But once we put points into it, it'll be stuck. Return a sword aboard again with different flavor. So you have this bar down here, and then you have the skills up here. You need to advance this bar up to one of these points here. This takes 1 point, 5 points, 10, 15, 20, 25, 32, 40, 50 to unlock these rows of skills. So if we put 1 point, we unlock the first row. Putting points here does buff your stats. It buffs the stats relevant to how the class which you've chosen is supposed to be played. So, choosing the Oathkeeper, it's going to be increasing our physique more, which is strength and, like, constitution, more than spirit, which, you know, is what gives you mana. But it still increases your mana. Energy, sorry, that's what it's called. But, you know, it'll put the points towards being more of a tank. And then we choose one of these here. Square ones are abilities. Round ones are passives. So you can see here, Safeguard. Let's see. In the hands of a trained Oathkeeper, a shield is not just an unbreakable defense, but also a formidable weapon. This is a shield bonus. 6 physical damage, plus 6% to all damage, plus 8 armor. So I guess that's if we have use a shield slam. With the strength of the earth flowing through you by the blessing of Menhir, hurl a magical aegis that will home in on your target and leave it staggered and dazed before returning to you. Requires a shield. 14 energy, 2.5 second skill recharge, 1 projectile. Okay. Brief stun and taunts the target. Or righteous fervor. Oathkeepers charge into battle with prayers on their lips and righteousness in their hearts. When used as your default weapon attack, Righteous Fervor increases the intensity of your attacks with every strike. 6 charge levels. Okay. I mean, that sounds useful. Increasing the amount of damage we deal. How long does it last for? Yeah, we'll put a point into it. Captain Australia. Australia Erica. Yeah. That's also one of the reasons why single class play is harder too. Smaller stat pool. Yes. By me just building a single soldier, I was getting the points from putting I was getting the stat increases from putting points into this, but I was missing the points I would be getting from putting points into the bar of another class. So once I got to 50 here, I had to put the points into the skills here, and that really doesn't make up the difference. I knew what I was getting into. I just decided to go with it anyway. Yeah, we'll put the point into Aegis of Men here. There we go. We have 2 new abilities. So down here, we'll put Righteous Fervor as our melee attack. And we can put Aegis of Men here as our, as our right mouse attack. I can't attack that table. I can kick that milk barrel, though. Now we can move on. Hang on, there's zombies here. Yeah, I just throw my shield at them. Whoa. It really is just Captain America. That's pretty great. We'll destroy the tables, the clock, and the couch. And there's this body here. This guy, I think, always has the same stuff. Searing Francis's gun, Francis's note, and scrap metal hand blunderbuss. That's unique. That's different. This and this are guaranteed, I believe. He dropped a pistol, if we wish to use it. Got a fireball chance. I'm trapped here. I'm trapped here. I realize now I will die in this house. Margaret, I fear that you are already dead. And so it may not be so bad if I am shortly to join you. If by some miracle you yet live and return here to find this note, please note that I am not angry with you. I never regretted our life together, but now only regret that I lost my temper and spoke unkind words when last we parted. I hope you will not think me a coward for what I am about to do. They are already in the house. I've barricaded myself in this room, but it's only a matter of time before they break through. All I can do now is choose the manner in which I face death, and I'd rather die a man than be changed into one of those horrid things or eaten alive. I will love you always, Francis. Oh dear. Yeah, there's been a bit of an apocalypse going on in this world. Just a little bit of one. To make an Aegis of Men here, you mean to make an Aegis of Men here build someday, but since you're obsessed with grabbing everything in game, a single run takes forever. Even when you do quick checks against the guide to make sure you have everything. Oh, don't worry, I know that. Something I didn't show with my soldier was the sheer amount of loot I have with it. I haven't loaded up the mod which I have to store items outside of the game, so I can swap them out of the stash. I have a lot of stuff. I'm not going to be using any of that though for this. I don't even know if it would still work. It'd probably be for the best if it was all gone. But I have made quite a collection of unique and set pieces. All of them which are too high level for this character anyway, so I wouldn't be able to make use of them anyway. You do it old school and made mules. Yeah, I forget what the mod I had was. Grim Dawn Stash or something. GD Stash or something like that. I forget. You have a spreadsheet for the... Yeah, I think it's GD Stash. Though I was using one and then I switched to another one because I think one of them stopped getting updated. So... we have these little insects here. They leave pools of acid when they die, so don't stand in that. You have to be really careful about that later on. Ooh, tarnish round shield. It gives slightly more physical damage, and it's slightly faster on block recovery, so we'll use it. Extremely minimal benefits, but hey. Let me just move my mic, it's a bit in the way. There we go. Ow! Ow, 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 ow! How'd that hurt so much? Right, veteran mode. We have these eyeballs, they're called corruption. These are Walking Dead. It says Aether Corruption. That's sort of a classification for sometimes what types of damage they deal and also what group they fall under. Also, you might have seen a gun fall from this zombie, but I couldn't pick it up. Grim Dawn uses the same engine as a previous ARPG, which I rather liked, called Titan Quest. One of the quirks of Titan Quest is that, or the engine, is that enemies have equipped items which they use, and they drop them when they die. So I realized that didn't really make sense because the zombie wasn't using a gun, but it's like they have to drop something, but it's not something which the developers want you to pick up, so they just have it there and it disappears quickly. So you'll see armor and such drop from the enemies, but I can't pick it up. But it's just ignore it. It's just a quirk of the engine. Sure, that's not my loot filter. I'm pretty sure, otherwise it wouldn't have disappeared. Because you can get like generic items, but I think there's like a tier below white, which is common in Titan Quest, which is like, see like this sword here, and there it fades away. Where it would be like dark grey, I think. Which I have to drop anyway, but because I couldn't get rid of it. But you don't make use of it in this game. I have commons turned off. I'm pretty sure it was something like what I've said. I think I remember seeing it in the developers. No, I've got commons on. You can filter the loot if you want. And also to specific types of damage. So. Always show uniques. Always show double rare. We just have it on everything because I can make use of everything at the moment. Something else you might have noticed is that my character's automatically picking up gold. Or rather, in this game it's called scrap metal. That's our money. You don't have to pick it up you don't have to pick it up yourself, which is convenient. Forget, is there a button to auto pick up? Maybe. Oh, we got a level. Let me put points in. We'll put the points into there to get more stats. Ah, I ate some food off the table here. There was also some rations I picked up earlier. That replenishes the constitution or stamina bar. So you can heal more health back. Journal entries of Inquisitor Creed. And a flintlock rifle of celerity. I picked up a few things. Careful something. Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm dumping a lot of information on people who have just played this, but I kind of want to cover things. Oh, we also have points up here, which we can put into our stats as well. This is separate from down here. So you can put these points into things if you want to, like, get more energy. You can put the points into energy, into spirit, to raise it that way. It also increases your magical damage and your energy regeneration. Cunning, let's see, gives you some health, bonus physical piercing, and duration damage, and also critical hits, so it seems, and physical, extra health, and health regeneration. I don't know what the second class I'll use will be. I'll put them into spirit. It also increases it by a fair bit. It's not just 1 point. That went from what, 60 to 76. So that was what, 8 points each. But I think that tapers off the higher it goes. We got a ring. 12 health regeneration per second. That's pretty nice. Also, these grips of attack we got at the beginning. Plus 4% physique. And 24 to offensive ability. Which is our to hit chance against enemies. And defensive ability is the chance for enemies to hit us. Our DPS. Which is based on the weapon we have currently and all. Damn it. I am talking. And our armor rating, which is based on all the different pieces of armor we're wearing. And then we have all of our resistances down here. That gets a bit extensive, so I won't go into it. But suffice to say, each resistance, each resistant is the elemental damage type you can deal also. Some unique ones here: vitality, aether, chaos, physical, piercing, poison and acid, lightning. And then there's also the damage over time types that they can deal. So, we have an aggressive fur-lined jacket. Let's wear that. We also got a puncturing crude mace. I think we'll use that. It's better than our sword. 2 to 5 piercing damage. We also got a scrap metal saw blade. The world's ended, so people are having to make do with what they can scavenge or construct themselves. So we have this axe made out of a saw blade. But we'll use this club. We also have a flintlock, which we can equip. And we can use a rifle if we wish. But that means I won't be able to use my abilities, because the Oath Bearer, or whatever that's called, Oathkeeper, is very focused on using a shield, it seems. Oh, hang on. Okay, enough of that. Let's switch over. Barog the Bloodied. A unique enemy. He's always there. Hold on. We've got a group of enemies there. Aether damage stands out pretty well. It's always the teal greenish color. Come on. There we go. And he dropped lots of loot. And I got a superior version of his bloody arm. Rare one-handed mace. 29 damage per second. It gives some stats which I'm guessing are going to be for the shaman, which isn't very useful to us, but we can make use of the other things. Yeah, it looks pretty neat too. Of alacrity, yeah. 1 to 8 physical damage, 27 bleeding damage over 3 seconds. Plus 8% critical damage, 12% bleeding damage with 62% increased duration. And plus 6% attack speed. So we attack a bit faster with it. Oh, we didn't read these. There's a lot of notes in the game. I don't think I'm going to read them all. I guess you can pause to read this if you want. Just so that I can save my voice. Anyway, pause that if you wish to read it. For people at YouTube later, I guess. Let's put the point into physique. There we go. We've also picked up these little doohickeys. This chilled steel and this searing ember. These are items which you can put into sockets. They're not exactly like the gems in Diablo 2. They have a bit more going on with them. You can upgrade them if you collect a bunch of the same type. And there's quite a lot of different ones. The system is it's the same basically as it is in Titan Quest, which doesn't help people who haven't played that, but it's basically the same, but also expanded. Leather pants. They are better, twice as good as my worn pants. Hello, welcome, welcome. Yeah, look at that nice attack speed. Okay. You can see what I mean there. The constitution went down and our health went up. Well, whatever it's called. I'll just keep calling it constitution. If I'm going to be wrong, I may as well be consistently wrong. Another point in there. And what do we get now? Smite. A precise strike fueled by the Oathkeeper's righteous fury leaves enemies staggered and broken. With sufficient practice, this technique can even be extended to a shield. Can activate with all default weapon attacks. When used with a melee weapon and shield, will also strike with a shield. With all default weapon attacks. Does that count my, righteous fur? Yes, it does. Okay, right. So, I mean, we'll get that. 12% chance to be used, 70-degree attack arc, 3 targets maximum, 100% chance to pass through enemies. You just deal more damage to enemies near you. What's not to like? Avenging Shield. The Aegis of Menhir reverberates with celestial might and echoes from your initial target to strike additional nearby foes before returning to you. Sure. Let's go further into being basically Captain America. Bridge is out. There's a big bonfire in front of it. We have to go around. I think we can go this way. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Boink. Ow. Who needs a shield? Oh, hello. We're all going to die out here. Calm down. Where are you from? I was staying with a group of survivors down in Devil's Crossing. You know, the old prison. But supplies started running low. I volunteered to go scavenging around Lower Crossing. Figured it was safe enough, but I was wrong. I got chased in here by a pack of ravenous rift scourges. Those little bugs we saw. Though I can't hear their maddening skittering anymore. I suppose I have you to thank for that? It doesn't matter though. The area is overrun with the dead. We won't make it 5 feet without getting surrounded. I suppose I can open the rift gate. A what? Isn't that what those things are pouring out of? Well, sort of, but mine will take you home. I'm having a hard time believing that after what I've seen up in Berwick, but you don't seem to have the look of a taken about you. I suppose it's my only option. See you back at Devil's Gate. Whoop. So yeah, we've got a personal rift gate, which will teleport us back to town whenever we want. It's a town portal, really.
See anything you like?
Here's Carrick. We can sell some of our ill-gotten gains. Don't particularly want any of it, so we'll just sell all that. I would like a hat. Leather spaulders. I'll buy them for the armor. And a helmet. And a quilted... I've got one. Oh, lightning resistance. Sure, that helps. And piercing resistance. Oh, and a boots. Get these leather boots. There we go. He has got rings, but I don't have enough iron. Oh, right. It's iron, not scrap. This is scrap.
Put it to good use.
Never mind when I get things wrong. I don't mean to. My memory's not very good. Hey, zombies. Also, my mouth might be running a bit faster than my mind can keep up with. More chilled steel. It's been ages since my last run, after all. It has rather been quite a while since I played it. I played a lot of it, and then I kind of got... Well, yeah, I got tired of it. I had to play some other things. As I said, I don't know if this will be a full playthrough. We'll see how I feel about it. But I felt like I talked about the game enough during other streams that I should show it off by now, so... I didn't show another one of my characters, which I had done a similar thing to my soldier, where it was a single class, and it's an occultist, which focused on acid damage, poison and acid damage, basically being a Dreeg worshipper. So it's all just summoning eyeballs. That one didn't get as far as the soldier. It's a lot harder. I don't know what it is with me wanting to play the game in ways which are unintended. Got nothing better to do, I guess. I could just skip stuff to speed things up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't have to do these side quests. But, yeah. Oh, hang on, there's a path there. Can be a little difficult to tell where they are. As I said earlier, the map is not random. So... you'll want to shove your nose into some of the corners like this, because there can be hidden paths leading off to side optional areas, where the enemies are probably too difficult for you to deal with. Here's a portal. This is like a permanent town portal. We have our rifts, but we also have these ones. This is so we can get to a place if we don't have a personal rift there. So you can teleport around the game world. However... no, never mind. I thought we'd have to fight some monsters first before we can unlock it. That might happen later. If I show the map, you can see these little question marks. These are the rifts. And you can teleport to them just by clicking on the map too. I think one of the best things about this game is the convenience. It's really had a lot of tweaking to make things as just easy and user-friendly as possible. Here's an Aether Crystal. Destroy it, otherwise it will keep summoning the zombies. And we got an Aether Crystal out of it. There's some more scrap. Got some more searing embers. Can I do a thing with them yet? Actually, hang on. They might have gotten rid of that. I'm gonna get stuff confused because I've been playing this since it came out and they've changed some of the mechanics of things. There used to be I think there used to be a mechanic where you'd combine these little objects together. Like you'd have fragments of them, and you'd have to combine multiple of them to get one of them. That might be something else now, or maybe you don't do that anymore. I'm pretty sure there's still that regarding some of the rarer items, but... You still need to finish the desert expansion. I don't think I finished that either. I think I finished the Melmouth one. But yeah, I didn't finish the desert. By the time it came out, my soldier was already in Ultimate. But since I couldn't finish the base game with my build, for some reason, I never saw it. I think I looked in there briefly, but I didn't play through it. I don't remember. It's been so long. Maybe I did do some of it. I remember doing some of it, but... You can see the special passive attack there, which caused the zombie to ragdoll and fly off. That's how... where is it? No. What's a button to bring up my skills? S. Who would have thought? That was the smite going off. Also got another level. What's this one? Presence of Virtue. Those that stand beside them cannot help but be inspired into fates of valor. Chance of one of the following. 40 internal trauma over 5 seconds. 27 bleeding damage over 3 seconds. Internal trauma, I think it's for, like, physical damage, whereas bleeding is for piercing, I believe. 12 offensive ability. Plus 0.8 energy generated per second, and 6 physical damage retaliation. I think that would affect us as well, but that's more of a if you have other people with you. Is there anything up here which I want? Resilience. Ooh, activates when health drops below 66%. That sounds good. Vire's Might, a new ability. First recorded in Arcovian text when Agavold, the stalwart of the Temple of Vire, selflessly charged through an entire legion of enemy forces, scattering their ranks and exposing them to an onslaught of arrows, all without taking a scratch. Vire's might has since become a prime display of an Oathkeeper's strength, both physical and spiritual, in the face of seemingly impossible odds. Seems like it's a charge ability. You like slam through a bunch of enemies and deal damage to them. So it's just got something similar to that, I think. We'll put another point into Avenging Shield so we affect another target. These things here, these are like permanent modifiers to how this ability works. I guess you could say they're like... I don't really want to say like a perversion of it, though some of the classes' abilities are sort of you're taking the base ability and warping it in a way which it's not intended, or in a different way using different forces. It can, like, for some classes like the occultist, it can change the damage type that your ability will do. Like, your damage might deal aether damage, but instead when you take this ability it will deal chaos damage. Yeah, you can see, infused to its great guardian suffering, the Aegis of Menhir becomes an extension of Dreeg's will, and of his thorns endlessly dripping with acid blood. So, 18% of retaliation damage added to attack. Total damage modifier by -6%. 100% fire damage converted to acid damage. So instead of doing fire damage, you'll deal acid damage. This one here, Dreeg's Reproach. Wow, they've got a lot of stuff for Dreeg. Your prayers become twisted and dark. You're further driven by the maddening whispers of Dreeg. 100% physical damage converted to acid damage. And 5 damage converted to vitality damage for this attack. This is for the shield. It deals acid instead of fire. And this one, it deals fire instead of vitality. No, vitality instead of fire. So, yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna put more points into down here so we can unlock more skills. I guess perversions is a good description for them. 29, 6% physical damage, 7% internal trauma damage, and 7% physique. Let me just have a look. Yes, physical, internal trauma. Piercing, resisted armor, piercing projectiles and blades that deal pierce damage. Pretty sure that's bleed. You can have a look at other stats here. How much damage you're dealing with the different attacks. Your attacks per second, attack speed, critical damage, how fast you move, blah blah blah. And then it's got a breakdown of all the different types of damage you deal. And for your pets too. All the stats. It's very handy. If more detailed than I've ever really looked at. Again, I just tend to put stuff into skills and force it to work. We were going to a hill. Is a hill around here? Yeah, I don't think we're there yet. Changing your damage from fire to poison could be useful if you went into the occultist class along with the oath keeper, and that way you would have other skills which would increase the amount of damage you deal with poison and acid attacks. So it would combine well with that. Or you could keep it with the fire damage if you wanted to go into something like a demolitionist, or I guess a shaman if they deal fire damage. Hello, we got these lizards. Deep mire, warriors and shamans. I forget what they're called. Lizards, snake people. Hey! No! Bad dude. Give me those. Did we pick something up I want? No. What's this gem? Polished emerald. Okay. There's a cave here. Now, is this going to be going into town, or...? Oh no, it's a bunch of convicts. We might have missed the place I'm supposed to go to. Whatever. Smite everyone. Ow, my health. Dirt covered note. What's this say? Okay. Hey, a chest. All the loot. Gimme, gimme. What do we got? Pistol I can't use, it requires cunning. A knife I can't use, it requires cunning and spirit. And some sports. Which are better than what I've got. 11 physique and 11 spirit. Thank you. Hello. Please say your weapon, stranger. We're no outlaws. We were captured and put to work here in the mine. I hope you're here to set us free. You're slaves here? So it would seem, and nothing is worse to a rover than being confined. We're part of a rover band that set up camp in a secluded part of Whitemire, hoping to avoid trouble, but trouble found us anyway. They captured 4 of us, but young Larkin and 2 other men who were here already died from overwork. They just left their bodies down here with us. Rovers follow the path of peace, but I can't help thinking the world is a better place since you sent those outlaws to meet their judgment. I can get you to Devil's Crossing using a rift gate. A rift gate? Curious. I thank you for your kind offer, but we should return to our people out in the swamps. There's our path. Very well. We'll spread word of your deed. Should you ever find yourself in the company of the Rovers, you'll always find a place beside our fire. Take care. And we got reputation with them. 250. There is different factions, and there is reputation you can gain and lose with them. Amusingly enough, the zombies which we were killing earlier was causing us to lose reputation with the ethereal faction. And it's still hell. We have a look at it. You can see here, ethereals. It gives you a bit of backstory about what the ethereals are. The world we're in is called Cairn. Then there's the beasts. Chthonians. I don't think we've seen any of them yet. Cronley's gang. These guys aren't Cronley's gang, but oh, maybe they count as it. I don't know. Devil's Crossing and Rovers. You unlock better equipment and more abilities, more like functionality and quests as you increase your reputation with them. Hello, welcome. This is a great game. I'm inclined to agree. Now, let me see. Where's this place I'm supposed to go to? I think I'll just keep following the road. What do we get here? A better helmet. A crossbow, handguns. Nah. Mutagenic ichor. Oh, actually. So, again, this is me remembering things. You don't get socketed items in this game. You can just apply these two items whenever. So we have this mutagenic ichor here. Ichor, whatever. Discharge from the creatures of Cairn, infected with otherworldly energies. If we use it in an item, it gives us a skill. It increases... It makes the item deal some poison damage over time, and increases acid and poison damage. But it gives us a poison bomb ability. Launch a foul bomb, which explodes at the target point, coating your enemies with toxin. Frozen heart here gives us health, and also cold resistance, and reduces freeze and petrify duration. Searing Ember here gives you fire blast. Launch a ball of incinerating flame into target. Also increases fire damage. I'll put that into there, maybe. Chilled Steel, it deals cold damage. Scavenge Plating increases the armor of the item you put it on. And Polished Emerald, as we saw earlier, increases your stats. So... like... oh, maybe we need to have a shopkeep for that? Oh, I can't put it on there? I guess I can't put it on there. I mean, you know, whatever. Yeah, there we go. See? Now it increases our stats a little bit. What's this one? Reprisal. Okay. Yes, we'll get resilience, where my health drops below 66%. Healing effects increase by 20%. 3% physical resistance, +1 to maximum all resistances. +1 defensive abilities. 50-second skill recharge, and 5-second duration. We just get a little bonus to our defenses. And all. Okay. The helm is better. Probably. I mean, we're probably going to be changing the item soon enough, so... bonk. Could someone drop a shield? I'd like a better one. There's a rock. That rock has a huge amount of stuff underneath it. There's also an auto sword. Very nice. Every time you play this game and open my stash, I'm reminded of your hoarding skills. Of your hoarding skills in this game. Don't worry. Maybe we should open up a support group. Hi, I'm Mech4 and I hoard items relentlessly in Grim Dawn. There's some items over there. Let's see. Ah, yeah, destroy the wall. I was saying earlier, I had a mod which I used to store items out of game in. Yeah, you don't need to ask me every time. There we go. A runic bone. And we've already found armor which is better than what I have. So we'll replace it. Again, I'm not concerned about the emerald. It's like, whatever. We'll get more. We already have one, so hey. Hey, we got a new helmet. Doesn't give me more. Though it does increase fire damage by a little bit. Guess the armor is more useful. I think the types of items which you can put onto weapons, like these things, the searing embers and such, are specific for the types of enemies you kill. So beast enemies will drop the bat and shell, which we see there. That gives me a shield slam ability. And also increases block chance. There's a savage totem. Now I think this summons a bunch of tough enemies to defeat. Ow. 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 There's my health boost. And you'll see the cooldown there. Resilience. I haven't got any potions. No, don't kill me. Oh, they're called Slith. Right. Give me that. And that. Let me go back to town.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yep. Okay, what have we got? One thing, Kibbits, you mentioned earlier something about potions? They didn't get rid of them, did they? I mean, the constitution partially removes the ability to, removes the necessity to use potions. Maybe we don't have the ability to purchase them yet. Potions are cooldown based. Right, yes. Oh, I've got that there. Tonic of Mending. Only the health and mana potion is cooldown based now. They used to be purchasables, but now they're perma cooldown based. Ah, okay, thank you. Right, that's a change since I played. You used to buy potions, and you would drink them and you'd have to restock them. As you see now, as I'm learning, you have potions which you use to heal yourself. So, there we go. Use them, they come online again after a while. Special potions are purchasable. It's also for the elixirs and stuff, they give buffs. Right. Can't use all of them and fill up the screen. You can only use one of each. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Can we get a better shield here? Improvised round shield. Plank shield. I like the idea of Captain America with a tower shield instead of his circular shield. It's not as aerodynamic, but it would hurt more. Yeah, we'll get that one. It's better than that. There we go. I think our weapon's fine. Cracked lodestone here. Oh, yeah, also, you don't have to just have abilities on here. You can put them up here as well. You can even put evade there. So you can activate evade when you press 1 instead of pressing spacebar. Or even your basic weapon attack. So. Okay. Let's try this totem, now that I know how to heal myself. Okay, what have we got? Some of these tough zombies with guns. Up out of the fire. Oh. No ads. Get out of here. One thing I remember about high difficulty levels is you've got to be really careful about the puddles of damage the enemies put out. They can kill you so quickly. There we go. And we get fat loots. Oh, look at all the stuff. But that's not all. We have this heroic spoils orb here. Smack it, and stuff pops out. What do we get? Oh, they actually highlight the items now. Aether resistance. Well, more armor. That's nice. Why does that make my shield? Oh, I don't have enough physique. There we go. Yeah, we got a new helm, 5 defensive ability. And our club's still pretty good. Let me see. Let's put that onto the shield. And we can put the armor onto our helmet. Again, you come across these stuff fairly frequently, so it's no big problem to use one. I think we just picked up another one. Yeah, scavenge plating. There we go. We just picked up another one. Now, these ones are common. There are rare ones, though, which you're going to want to save for specific purposes. I had one on my soldier on my axe, which I had taken quite a while to collect. I think it was called the Blood of Oleron. And I remember that taking a bit to get the components to be able to create. That's something which you'd want to save for a special item. Hmm. Eight physique, 3 vitality damage. Yeah, put it on there. Okay. Let me turn the music up a little. There we go. Oh, did I get something? Chipped claw. Yeah, let's put that in there. I can show off the slam. There we go. That's the right one. No, this one. Slam is different from shield slam. There we go. Bam! Bam! It exploded. Out of the way. Nothing up there. Okay. Patchwork jacket. What's this? And lightning damage. I don't deal lightning damage. And a shield which increases my stats, but doesn't deal as much damage. So we'll keep the one we've got. Is that the cave I went into? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, here we go. This is what I was expecting. You get to the portal and it's locked off and a bunch of dudes pop up out of the ground. I guess they give the first one for you as a freebie. But that's not all. There's a few waves. You can also queue up your attacks. So if you press a button too early for it to activate, it will actually activate it next opportunity. And you don't need to be exact with your button presses. And there we go. Man, they didn't drop anything. Oh well. Where's this hill? Enter the cave under Burial Hill. Oh, hello. Torvin. You travel a dangerous path, stranger. This solitary refuge is one of the few safe places left in the Whitewire. If you plan to set out on the road again, perhaps there is a way we can help one another. What might that be? The Slith are unnatural creatures and poison the land itself, so it seems only fitting that we should turn some of their vile magic against them. Their shamans carry bone necklaces, primitive things, but they carry primal power within them. I can weave the power into something more potent for you. If you bring me a few of the necklaces and say 100 iron bits to aid us in return, I will fashion for you a magical ring. What say you? Yeah, sure. Hello. He's got these little claw fetishes, the amulets, like our salt bag up here. And a serrated spike. Does piercing damage. Let me sell a bunch of stuff. There we go. You can see the insects here are fighting the zombies. The enemies you fight against are not friends with each other, necessarily. For example, these ethereals and the Chthonians, which you haven't seen yet, they are hostile to each other.
That skill's not
It doesn't come into play too often, but at least from what I remember, the areas tend to be sort of themed one way or the other. But you'll see them fighting against each other if they're close by. Let me see. What would be a button for auto pickup? Pickup. I do not have one. Do I not have one? I guess not. Z. Show items, filter common. X. Show item tooltips. C. Character window. A. Move. Yeah, that's fine. No, that doesn't do what I think it does. Pretty sure there's a way to, like, auto pick up stuff. There we go. Okay, it is A. Now. Isn't there some items hidden over here? Yeah, here we go. Ooh. Merciless Isaac Spaulders. Rare shoulders. So rare. And we got a rare two-handed mace, which would be nice, but I need but I want to use a shield. Roiling blood. Yeah, we'll put that on a ring. Energy regeneration, casting speed, bonus to pet health. Yeah, we'll put it on there. Let me have a look at the map. Yeah, I've gone way past where we're supposed to be going. There it is. Sorry about that. There was just enemies always in the, you know, just a little bit on, and they keep pulling me away. Man, these enemies are pretty easy. Level 3 when I'm level 9. Ah. Level 10. Second mastery. Yes, devotion shrines. I'll get to that. The game does feel a bit sometimes like, but wait, there's more. It's quite a lot to remember, all of it. Especially trying to figure out how it all interacts I get a bit overwhelmed by it. Hello, Kaizog the Reanimator.
That skill's not ready.
That's why my character building tends to be just whatever. Or I'll hyper-focus on a single thing. Like, regeneration. Luckily, a lot of it you don't really need to focus on. Like, it's there, and it's nice to make use of it, but I think the game is forgiving enough that it's really not imperative that you do it. I'm playing on veteran a little bit harder than normal difficulties, so things are a bit more challenging than they would be if you play without that. I mean, look at that. This idiot here managed to get through all the way to Ultimate with a character who was focused on a single build, on a single class. So if I can do that... Okay. Subjugator Kaizog's Skull. Level 12 required. It's an offhand. This is for spellcasters, really. We got a belt. Headhunter's Trophy. It's a epic belt. Blue. 2 to Phantasmal Blades. That's for the Nightblade. That's pretty nice. Level 14, though. 5% of attack damage converted to health. Got a hammer, a mace, an axe, which I don't need, and so on and so forth. Anyway, what was the game shouting at us about? Oh yes, we have another devotion to choose, another class. Anyone have any suggestions of what you'd like to see? There is a classless challenge. Oh, wonderful. The combining of classes is something which was in Titan's Quest as well. And similarly, in Titan's Quest, I played... Actually, no, I did combine 2 classes in that. I think it was the soldier or warrior and the hunter or something like that. I was playing basically as a hoplite. You had a shield with a spear and heavy armor. Some of the bosses are a pain to fight melee in Titan's Quest. Anyway. Any suggestions on the other class which we will choose? Otherwise I will roll again and we'll see what the dice end up giving us. Just roll? Okay then. There'll be more fun that way. Let's see, there's 7 now. So, I will roll 1 dice, and... whatever, I'll just do the same. If it's over 7, then I'll just re-roll. That is 4! That is a Nightblade. It's not exactly what I would have liked, but, okay. So we're in like a backstabby Oathkeeper. This might not actually work too well because I think the Nightblade focuses on dual wielding rather than using shields. So that's why rolling for dice. I might what's it called? Overrule my roll here. How many is there, actually? Oh, hang on, no, that's something which we haven't gotten to yet. Yeah, we don't have to... I didn't put points into it, so we can just undo it. Yeah, it's not immediately synergetic. Let's have a look at the skills at least, anyway. So these skills aren't requiring us to use a dagger. At least that isn't. That isn't. Just a melee weapon. That's a fan of blades. I think. Yeah, 3 projectiles. Melee dual wielding bonus. Also enables the ability to dual wield melee weapons. Don't think it will let me dual wield shields. That would be hilarious, though. Yeah. So that's all for dual wielding. That's for ranged attack. This is a melee attack. Or it's like a stab with an AoE. Deals cold damage. That just requires a melee attack. Which is basically a teleport. Yeah, right. I teleport to behind them and hit them. Pneumatic burst. Short burst of speed and power. It's like a buff. Restore 50% health. Sonic Veil clouds the mind of nearby enemies, showing the movements and diminishing their effectiveness in combat. And, you know, some of these skills actually could be pretty useful. Shadow Dance. It's not as focused on using daggers as I feared. I thought a lot of these would be like, oh, you have to dual wield, you have to dual wield, you have to have a stabbing weapon. But no, we can make use of these with a mace or whatever. Just not this. Melee weapon is anything from a sword to a saucepan. Yeah. It's pretty flexible. You want to say something regarding dual wielding with shields, but you don't know if you feel it will be spoilery. But don't mind knowing about silly equipment that exists. Oh. Well, I could probably take a guess at that. Is there like a sword which looks like a shield or something like that? Don't know if I found that. I mean, that way we can make it work. Maybe. Have a Blade Master plan, Soldier and Nightblade that uses a scythe. A series of one-handed weapons that look like shields. Okay. Well, that would be they look like shields, not that they'd count as shields, right? So I wouldn't be able to use my shield throw with them. I guess. Whatever. Let's go for this. And we'll get, where's that teleport? Shadow Strike. That's a 10. I've got 8 points to spend, but... What's this one? Pneumatic Burst. Restore health, 10% pierce damage. So I'm gonna have to change my weapon, because we've got a club at the moment if I want to get the piercing bonus. Unless I have a skill. Let me have a look at the Oathkeeper again. This is requiring big think. Do I have an ability which changes my damage to piercing? No. Acid or converts it to acid or vitality or fire. Okay. We don't have to take advantage of the piercing damage. We don't even have to get that ability. Wait, hang on. Which one? Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. This is this one. I mean, the offensive ability is nice and the health regeneration is nice. What's this one? Chance to freeze targets. Lower offensive ability and total speed, you know, for a defensive class like the Oathkeeper with a shield, lowering the enemy's ability to hit me is pretty good. I'll put the points into that. There we go. So what's our class called now? Dervish. It combines the two devotions you have, and you get a new class name out of them based on your combinations. So we were an Oathkeeper before, and because we took Nightblade, we are now a Dervish. Let's see. What's this like? Yeah, okay, that's just a buff. Nice. So, you know, the game has got expectation there for you to just mess around and try things. Dervish, you think it's commonly poison-based? Oathkeeper might have poison support. There is some, yes. I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking at the name. Let me see. No. S. Because we could change fire to acid damage by going into Aegis of Thorns and Dreeg's Reproach. And then maybe I could change these. That increases poison damage. Piercing converted to cold. Lowering resistances. I might have to have a look at this in my own time to really figure out what I'm going to be doing with this. It's interesting. No hint. I am a super sneaky, Oathbearer. Oathkeeper. Here's a ruined shrine. Okay, we're going to be explaining more things now. Scattered around the world are these ruined shrines. If you have the item which they require to offer to them, which we do, you can cleanse a shrine. They drop items, and you get a devotion point. We also got a shield out of it. Not a shield, a sword. The other thing. You know, that's actually maybe a bit more useful. 20% chance on hit, lightning bolt? Sure. But yes, devotion point. What's that? We saw this briefly. So here's another skill tree. Kind of. As you clear shrines, cleanse shrines, you get devotion points. There is 55 of them. You then spend them on these constellations. These constellations gives you bonuses to your stats, as well as abilities for these like extra glowy points in the constellations. However, the constellations all give you affinities. Some of them are dual, some of them are singular, and it's sort of the ones closer to the center are easier to get, and the ones further out to the edges require higher number of points in and an affinity to get to. So if we have a look at like the Abomination here, it requires 8 of the Chaos affinity and 18 of the Eldritch affinity to be able to get. However, in return, you're able to put points into things like Tainted Eruption, which deals a lot of poison damage, or Abominable Might, which increases your what's it do? 20% chance on attack. You deal more damage, I think is what I'm getting from that. You also see these abilities have experience points. The more you use them, they level up and they get more powerful. There's some pretty fun abilities in here. Heck of a lot. We'll be wanting to focus probably on poison ones, which is like what I did with my occultist for Dreeg. Here's Eye of the Guardian for Dreeg. Acid plus acid poison damage, plus offensive defense, 20% chaos damage and poison damage, 30% poison damage, 1 energy regenerated per second, 8% vitality resistance, and then Guardian's Gaze. Peerless Eye of the Great Guardian circles around you. It passes through enemies and deals damage to them, and it converts damage to health. That is Eldritch and Ascendant. We have this Falcon here. We have the Rat. We can put points into these ones here. Crossroads. We'll put a point into Eldritch. There we go. Ah, that actually unlocked the Eye of the Guardian for us. So you can see all the highlighted ones got unlocked because of that. This, once I put that point in there, you can't refund it. I believe there is a way to respec that, but I think it costs money. So it's more of a permanent choice. Or it requires like purchasing a scroll or something like that. Is my vague memories. People will probably correct me. Let's go over here. It's pretty cheap, not a huge issue. Right. But yeah, even the stars which are aligned with you, you can change. Just not your class choices. We're now locked with the Oathkeeper and the Nightblade. No backsies. Potion points and stat points require a special potion. Right. Let's go back to town. We have stuff, and we did the quest, which they asked.
The dead attacks have slowed and their numbers are thinning. I take that as a sign that you've dealt with the source?
I killed the reanimator.
A creature was doing this? Disturbing. Thanks to your efforts, we may yet hold out here a little longer. I've sent word to the gate guard. Speak to him and he should let you in. Take some well-deserved time to rest and recover.
Thanks.
To Devil's Crossing.
Yeah, thank you.
I need some time to plan our strategy. In the meantime, there are others around Devil's Crossing who could use your help. Take a moment to mingle with your fellow survivors. Kasparov, our resident scientist, is really eager to speak with you. He babbled some nonsense, but I believe he wants to talk about your connection with the Ethereals. Barnabas, our handyman, said he needed help with our water pump. When you're done assisting them, speak with me in my office inside the prison.
I'll speak to them. Okay. I hear you've been clearly up at there in Lower Crossing. If you're going to keep fighting those bastards, you need better equipment than that. Here's something you'll never likely see in this world, stranger. Something for nothing. Take some iron coin off my hands. I don't need it no more. Why are you helping me? You see, they killed my animal back when the village was first overrun. Ain't nothing gonna bring it back, and if it tries, I'll put a bullet through its skull. I got nothing left but revenge, so I pay good iron to those willing to put down those abominations. Take Pharos, Julius, and Negan, for instance. Used to all be good men, defenders of the Empire. Now nothing more than shambling fiends, stalking the swamplands of Whitemire. Slaughter them. Put them in the dirt like they ought to be, and I'll give you some more iron from my stash. Yeah, sure. And he gave us 250 iron. Corey the Keeper. Well met, friend. Have I seen you before? Perhaps we've met on the road somewhere? Corey is my name. I'm a traveler, a trader, a keeper of the strange. There was a time when... Well, no matter. I've traveled far, always in the shadows. Tired of these illusions. Say no more. I have just a product for you. Illusion be gone. This is for something. Filled with 100% authentic illusion purging powder. I guess that's for changing your appearance. I am Lancel, and I've traveled the world in search of one worthy of my collection. Okay, that's more extra stuff. Hello. Captain said you are good to go in. Don't start any trouble. Hello.
What's left of my wares?
This is a quartermaster for Devil's Crossing. This is the guy you go to get items specific based on your reputation with the faction. I don't need that. I don't need that. Yeah, I guess get rid of that. We'll keep that. That's actually a bit more appropriate now that we've gone into Nightblade. So we can't actually buy anything now yet because we're just tolerated. You can see here, Stoneheart oil, Slithbud tincture. This is all new to me. Okay, poison damage. And then you can buy unique items from them. And these blueprints, which were mentioned earlier in chat, which can drop from one of the totems we saw out in the wilderness. This is for creating unique relics. Like better versions of these items. And also other things. Unique items like this belt. Or these bolts here. Which, the bolts are also like this. You put them onto a ranged weapon. They buff it. Then you have these badges as well. These powders, which you can apply to items. And then you got these writs here, which cost a lot. But they increase the amount of reputation you gain with this faction. And more powerful stuff up here as well. These mandates here let you buff your reputation of another character. So you can have like, I can have my soldier character buy one of these and then put it into the shared stash, and buff this character's reputation through that way. Now, where is the stash?
Perfectly safe illusions.
Nope.
For a price.
Hey, you. You're welcome. I like it here. I'd like to thank you. Here, take everything I found out there. Not much, but you may be able to make use of it. He gave me some scrap. Thank you. Hello. Sorry to bother you, but if you're heading out towards Whitefire, can you keep an eye out for my brother? Who's he? His name's Milton. Yep, sure. I'll do what must be done. It's a stash. You buy extra slots. That's a transfer stash. Do I not have a shared stash?
It's safe with me.
Yeah, never mind. Maybe the transfer stash is that.
Greetings, child. I am pleased to see that the taint of possession has left you. Should you require it, I offer spiritual guidance to the survivors. I will gladly extend this service to you.
It's also said, Commit says, prices do go up as you respec more, but you should be rolling your money well enough. Yeah, money ends up not being a huge problem in the game. If only because of the huge amount of loot you get and you'll be selling. If you don't hoard it all. Thanks. The spirit guide.
I sense turmoil within you.
The respecker. Change your skills and devotions in exchange for iron bits and aether crystals. So we can respec here.
Farewell.
If we wished. But again, you can't change classes. But you click on it, it'll cost 25.
Stay strong.
But whatever, I'm fine with what I've got for the moment. Let's go over here. I said over here.
Welcome to my workshop. I saw you fighting the dead out in Lower Crossing, and I dare say you were absolutely brilliant. Evidently, cutting you off that noose was the best decision the captain made that day. Where are my manners? I'm Kasparov, scientist and inventor. What brings you to my humble shop?
Captain said you wanted to speak with me.
Rift gates, yes. The ethereals use them to get around. I was working on a way to close them, but then you stumbled through ours. We have never seen a human, possessed or otherwise, pass through one before. Not a living one, anyway. It was then that I realized that we could put these portals to use. There's something about you that is attuned to the rift gates, and I intend to replicate it.
Wait, what?
You don't remember anything, do you? I may have taken some liberties while you were out cold. It was just a few tests, a blood sample or two, nothing major. The results were curious. It appears that your body is still teeming with residual aether energies. Don't worry, you won't be growing any new limbs, probably. But I'm going on tangents here. I believe that with a correctly tuned pulse of aether energy, we can replicate this phenomenon in a controlled manner, as in without the need for pesky possession. I've been working on just the device to do it, but it needs power. For that, I require aether crystal fragments.
Like these?
Excellent. These will do perfectly. I'll just place them into my device here, and... oh my, that's not right. Not at all. That pulse, it wasn't supposed to go off. Oh dear. 1, 2, 3. Yes, my fingers are still intact. Did it reach you too? How do you feel?
Stronger.
Ah, very good. I'm sure a little more aether in your system won't do you the slightest harm. Okay, maybe it was a lot more, but you look fine. Fitter than ever. A real shame about the prototype, though. Showed such promise. Perhaps if I had more fragments.
I think we're done here.
We've been so preoccupied with this Riftgate business that I completely forgot about my apprentice, Starlet. I sent her out to the Burwich Estates to fetch parts for our research, and she's been gone entirely too long. Seems her ineptitude carries beyond just the workstation.
You lost your apprentice.
I have to say, I do feel a little responsible for her now that she's my apprentice. Could you please go out there and find that hopeless girl?
I'll keep an eye out. Okay. Let's have a look. Barnabas with the water pump. Yeah, I did talk to him. Where's he located? Down over here. I think he wants scrap metal.
The captain send you over? He must have done quite a service with the dead if he's got hands to spare for old Barnabas. Let's get to business, yeah? Our wind pump's broken down again and we're running low on water. We're all out of parts, so I can't fix her up. Can always melt down what weapons we have, but I'm not too fond of being fired in my sleep. I'll need scrap from Lower Crossing.
Is this enough?
Impressive. We hadn't had much luck scavenging for supplies on account of the dead swarming Lower Crossing. You seem to handle them well enough, though. I'll get the wind pump up and running in no time. Devil's Crossing will have safe drinking water again, and it's all thanks to you. First class is on me.
Glad I could help.
Good news is, I got the water pumping again. The only problem is, it smells like a sewer. Only about a tenfold worse. I haven't smelled something this rotten since I cleared out a den of slith ages ago. They're loathsome reptiles, make their homes in swamps and dank caves. They secrete a nasty poison into the water that makes it drinkable for them, but nearly always fatal to us. I bet good iron there's a nest in that cave that fuels our pump. I'm too old for all this spelunking, so I need you to go down there and kill it.
How do I get there?
This key will open the cellar in the shack behind me, right by that accursed riftgate. It connects to the bowels of the prison, which should lead you to the cave. Find the slith matriarch that's likely polluting our water supply, and the poison should clear out on its own. You do this, and all the Devil's Crossing will be honoring your name with every glass.
I'll take care of it. Green water. I'm sure it's fine. Let's go down there. Ooh. Cloth strap. Keep what we've got. Oh, what damage does my sword do? Physical. We got these scavengers. Ratmen. Also, some of my abilities have gone. Because I respect. There we go. Let's see. I played some other ARPGs over the years as well, aside from Diablo 2 and Path of Exile, of course. There was, I guess, Dungeon Siege earlier on. That's quite a bit different, though, than usual type. There was Torchlight 1 and 2. There's apparently Torchlight 3, but that looks very different from the first two. Which, they were fine. Torchlight 2, I think, was a lot better than the first one. But I haven't played that since close to when it came out. There was another game also, which I played. The Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing, I think it was. Heck of a name. Which, again, it was fine. But I played through it once and that was kind of it. So, I haven't looked at the, Inquisitor, I think it is, or... Yeah, I think it's Inquisitor. The Warhammer 40k one. That kind of seemed neat, but... maybe lacking in, like, longevity. Maybe similar to Van Helsing in that regard. Where it's like, you play through the story, and then after that it's like, okay. I think there's higher difficulties, but... Torchlight 2, for the little bits I remember, though, was pretty fun. I think it managed to differentiate itself a bit better than Torchlight 1. Which I think I felt was very, hey, remember Diablo? This was made by people who worked on Diablo. Whereas Torchlight 2 was like, okay, you know that it was made by people made by Diablo. Let's try and make things a bit more unique here. It was still very Diablo-like, but... I think I played as a Berserker, which was pretty fun. Visuals were neat in that game. Wizard is mostly level scaled. Difficulty comes from options you tack on to make things more difficult to yourself in exchange for better loot. Okay. It's a sizable campaign, but it's mostly a game for people who like the loot grind, in your opinion. Right, okay. Maybe I should look at it at some point. It just seemed like it... I don't know. These kinds of games benefit from having a lot of content in them. Either variation or, like, variety of areas and such. Inquisitor seemed to be a bit short on that. At least from what I saw from screenshots. I haven't seen gameplay of it. Maybe I am preemptively judging the game. Or I am preemptively judging it, but maybe I'm prematurely judging the game. Yeah, they're dealing a fair bit of damage. A blunderbuss of blood. I haven't seen the lightning bolt. Bought it last month and you have 200 plus hours in it now. Well, that's a pretty solid endorsement, I think. Very mission-based ARPG, so sort of like playing maybe the Division. Stuff like purge equals kill all enemies on the stage, assassinate, kill 3 targets on the map. Oh, okay. Right, so like there's a map which you go to multiple times, but you have different objectives each time you go there. Attack speed, casting speed. Pretty sure casting speed affects our ability usage here. These arachnids are dealing a lot of damage. Floor fetish of attack. Where's that? Yeah, sure. I'll replace our bag of salt with that. Poison and acid resistance and fire resistance. Sure. By taking this off though, we lose our shield slam ability. So we can clear that. You can take the items out of, or the components or whatever they're called, out of items. Or you can clear the item of the component. You get to keep one or the other, not both. Oh, I went up a level. I do want that, but I don't have enough points. There. I have to remember not to neglect our Oath Keeper. Skills. Hey, you! Stop casting spells. Bonk, 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 bonk. This reminds me of my soldier. There we go. Give me your loot. Ooh, a shield. Tenacious, tarnished heater shield of prowess. I guess that's cunning. Yeah, it's not actually that much better than what we've got. Physical damage, ether damage. Cunning, pierce resistance, elemental resistance, reduced stun. Yeah, sure, we'll wear those instead of the other boots. Time warp. 10% chance of an attack. Tear a warp in time itself at the location of your attacker. Huh, okay. Ice spike. Armor piercing. And a musty tome.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, not with that attitude. More physique and cunning. 6% defensibility. I like the resistances though. For the moment.
My inventory is full.
Drop some stuff. What about this cap? Well, it is better than what we've got. 30% skill disruption protection. Chaos resistance. 30% to all damage. Sure. You know, more poison resistance, yes. How do I stop it from asking me every time whether I want to auto... whether I want to... auto sort. So I don't really have things in a... order where I really, you know, want things in specific spots. Not yet, anyway. Never mind. I'll get over it. Yes, disable auto sword confirmation. Wasn't right there. Thank you. It was. Hooray! Get rid of these. That's a lot better than what we've got. Let's wear this padded trench coat of the eagle. Also, that scream in the background there. Oh, memories of the Undercity underneath. Oh, that's you, Sunder. Of the Undercity and yeah, heck, I'm pretty sure that's new. So that's to get you to dodge. Okay. Nope. Okay, I gotta have to be dodging now. Whoop. Oh boy, this is going to take a while. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I can probably just tank it. 30% extra damage. Eh. Yeah, I can tank that. Don't go. Don't run away. I'm serving up your beatdown slowly. Yeah, I'm really going to have to do some reading of the character's abilities, the class abilities, to get an idea of how I'm going to be building this character. You are actually hurting a little bit. Yo, I don't like my soldiers' chances of actually defeating the end boss of the base game now with this dodge mechanic in. It was hard enough to get in range to be able to deal damage to him without dying in the first place. I was mostly just running in, chipping his health down a little bit, and then running off again.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I can just heal. You can't hurt me fast enough to be able to hit me before my potion comes off cooldown. Hand him over now. Beat that snake. Don't run off. $600, $500, $400, $300, $200, $100. 2 digits. Dead. Hooray!
My inventory is full.
No. I need it. It's my spoils of war. Good thing your character doesn't get tired. Hello, welcome. You've been digging your blade master. It does a lot of damage. Well, I'm happy for you. I rolled dice to get my build here, so this is what we're working with. Oathkeeper and Nightblade. I think if it had been anything else, it would have been a bit easier to work together, but... oh well. Oh, we got a recipe! Bloodbound ointment. Chthonic Seal of Binding and Riftstone. Also note, I have played this game before. Nearly 500 hours in it. Maybe not too much, but I've got a fair bit of experience with the game. Let's see... well, I mean, you know, I don't have to go get those right now. Let me go to town and sell stuff and then come back. I'm thinking we're going to be focusing on dealing poison and acid damage. Maybe foregoing a shield. It depends how much of the Oathkeeper is focused on using one. Okay. Let's see. So what weapons deal piercing? That deals poison damage. Yeah, 2 to 3 pierce. 1 to 4 pierce. It's physical. Physical. That deals physical. Magic one-handed sword. That deals physical. That's physical. Oh, that deals physical, but it's got puncturing, right? So it deals some piercing. No, right. So really using a dagger on the offhand? Or on the main hand? I did sell you a dagger. It's gonna mean that I'm dealing a lot less damage if I'm using a weapon like this. Actually, these all deal elemental damage. I'm gonna have to read more about it. Ooh. Menhair's Will. 119 health, 3 cunning, 11 defense, increased armor by 3%, 12% bleed resistance. Yeah, sure, give me some more health. Chaos resistance, 10% to all damage. Or 15% physical damage. Actually, extra awful damage. Let's learn the blueprint. And what about this ring? 8th of damage, energy regenerated per second. We don't need that. Casting speed and energy regeneration. Don't need that. Okay. Oh, hang on. I got a ring. A crudely fashioned piece of jewelry. Strange that Slith would use such a thing. Actually, it gives me some bonuses to some of my skills. Yeah, we'll put that on there. There we go. Okay. What about this? Thank you. More items. Okay. Oh, hang on. No, it was a bunch of this and two and a ring. Well, I like the lightning and poison resistance at the moment. Resistant silver amulet of caged souls. +3 to raise skeletons. Extra damage for pets. Cold resistance. Energy regenerated 2 per second. Lightning and bleed resistance. I think I'm fine with the one I've got, really. Okay. Let's go back to Devil's Crossing. Hey, I think I fixed the slith problem.
Any luck clearing out those sliths? People are starting to beg me for water. I don't know how many more times I can say it'll melt your guts before they just rush me and take it.
Still looks a bit green.
Well done. Once I pump out the remaining poison water, the spring should be clean enough for drinking. I'll make sure to let people here know how much help you've been. They'll be grateful that they can get a drink without dissolving their intestines. One more thing. Take my rucksack. Useful for hauling back scrap or whatever else you come across. I'm too old for that stuff now.
Thanks. You got an inventory bag. You can hold more stuff. Will wonders never cease.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Fire retaliation, actually, on that. You know, I'm gonna wear that.
Put it to good use.
Okay. Hello, this guy wants to talk.
Good, you're back. I've heard good things from both Kasparov and Barnabas. You're a real asset to this community.
Thanks.
One of my scouts came back with news making our next move clear. The dead are heavily concentrated in Burwich Village to the north, past the swamps of Whitemire. There must be a reason why. Perhaps the ethereal behind these attacks is there. We can't know for sure without investigating deeper. You've proven yourself quite resourceful thus far. Your ability to secure rift gates for human use could be a turning point in our situation. With all the activity around Burwich, there's bound to be a rift gate. If you can capture it, that will give us a solid foothold in the area.
How do I get there?
Follow the road north through Whitemire. Though in the current state of things, you will likely have to leave the road behind well before you reach the village. Keep pressing north and you will eventually reach the outskirts of Burwich. It's surrounded by a palisade wall, so you will have to find a way inside. Once you've secured the rift gate, return to Devil's Crossing.
Okay. What's this? Oh, bounty table. Okay.
See anything you like?
Yeah, not enough reputation yet. Okay, let's head back out again. Where do I need to go? Kind of wish the game highlighted which areas the quests were going to be in. Lower Crossing and beyond. Oh, we got to level up also. I should put points into cunning, actually. Because that increases our physical and piercing damage. So we're going to be putting physique and cunning. Probably not spirit. I might have to reallocate those points I put in earlier. Okay. Shadow Strike. So we can teleport behind enemies and stab them. Ah, this is over here. Okay. That's where we were when we defeated the ethereal necromancers. Out of nowhere, I come and beat you over the head with a shield.
Can't do that yet.
Ooh, a shield. Ow, ow, ow. Don't stand in that. No, that's not better than what I've got. Okay, well that was Pharos. That was one of the dudes we had to kill. Hello, welcome, welcome. I hope we're doing well. What kind of a character am I going for? I randomly rolled my character's classes. So we're an Oathkeeper with a Nightblade. So it's going to take a little bit of work to get it going. But we're like a teleporting Captain America. If Captain America's backstabbed people with his shield. Uh-oh. Oh, dangerous domain. We've got a modifier here. Leech health back. 400% of damage goes back to health. Ooh, fantastic. Last time you played, you was a dual pistol wielding Inquisitor Demolitionist. That sounds fun. Dual wielding gun sounds fun. I don't think I've actually done a character like that. Not very far anyway. My main character is just a pure single class soldier. Which I got up to level 100. Because I like spending half an hour chipping enemies down. Hopefully we're not going to be doing that on stream. We'll be a bit more effective.
That skill's not ready.
There we go. Ooh. Ooh. Hello. Aggressive Bernard's shield, slightly chewed buckler. Seismic blast, 8% chance on block. Ooh, poison resistance. Yes. What's this? Corrosive Pusquill's Tail of Alacrity. It's a mace. Deals acid and poison damage. 3 to Nidala's hidden hand. 1,745 poison damage over 5 seconds to Belgothian's shears. 100% physical damage converted to acid damage to Belgothian's shears. Minus 10% poison and acid resistance to Curse of Frailty. I mean, that sounds pretty good to me. Which one's Belgothian shields? This one. This is a melee dual-wielding technique that activates off of default weapon attacks. So does that require dual-wielding to be able to use? Because it says it goes off of default weapon attacks. Not that it goes off of your offhand weapon attack. Kind of assume it would only go off if you're using 2 weapons. I mean, that enables the ability to dual wield, and it doesn't say anything about dual wielding for these. Other than it's implied in all the text for them. Oh, this is a melee dual wielding technique. So, okay, I guess it only goes off if you're dual wielding. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could try. Because I'd like to use a shield. However, a shield is not required, but I like tossing the shield. Or I could forego the shield and dual wield daggers for poison damage. I mean, it seems like it's only... Well, Smite uses a shield. That uses a shield. So does that. That doesn't. That uses a shield. That doesn't. Yeah, okay. Get the most out of Nightblade, you have to dual wield, to be honest. I mean, yeah, that's why I was briefly tempted to re-roll, because the classes Oathkeeper and Nightblade are really very different from each other. One's a very defensive focused character with a usage of a shield, and the other one's a dual wielding assassin. So, however, no, I'll just have to think about how I'm going to be doing things. That's part of the fun of the game. Yeah, the game's designed in such a way that you can really get anything to work. That's what I like about it. You're right. Like, I could make it work if I wanted to drop the shield, but I don't particularly want to. But I might end up having to. Because I think the damage which I would get from the Nightblade would outweigh the defensive abilities I get from the Oathkeeper and having a shield. Theory crafting is more interesting to you than the playing at average. I guess that's kind of what you like. That's what I like about Sacred as well. As repetitive as that game is, a lot of it comes down to sort of how do you mix and match things. Oh, right. What were these gloves we got? Soul's Touch. Aether damage. Energy leech over 3 seconds. Aether damage increase. Spirit and casting speed. I'm pretty sure I've seen these many times before. A caster's item. We don't really deal Aether damage, so not very useful. There we go. Yeah, the pickup button's not really working completely. Boink. Stab. Open up. Crossbow. What about in here? Hang on. There's another dude we need to kill. No, Lord. Stop healing! It's quite sparkly. There we go. Thank you. And give me your other stuff. Lovely loot. Okay, what do we get? Flamebreaker. A shield. Requires player level 17. Okay, that's pretty nice. 100 fire retaliation. Carvor's Conjuring Bone of the Void. Spellcaster thing. Apparently calls a Guardian. Magic Pants. Don't need that. Amber Grip. Deal more fire damage. I mean, that could be useful. We'll put those there, and we'll move these things over here. There we go. Another reason why I like this game is it's pretty generous on the loot drops. Unlike Diablo 2, which, well, actually our recent playthrough Diablo 2 I thought was pretty generous overall. We found a few unique items. But like set hunting in this game is a lot easier than in Diablo 2. Already gaining blue stuff. Yeah, I wonder if that's because I'm playing a veteran. Things are a little harder than normal. If we get more experience, maybe that increases the loot? I don't know. Now get rid of the crystal. Ow. Let me just down another infinite potion.
I can't do that yet.
Man, I need to keep that shield, that ghost thingy up. Pneumatic burst. I'm afraid I may have to break a promise. I'm not about to give up yet, but things aren't looking good outside. Well, he didn't succeed, unfortunately. What's in your wall? Claw fetish. Health regenerate, bleed and defense. I like the one I've got, I think. Okay, now we just need Negan. Have you seen a tank just teleport across the battlefield before?
My inventory is full.
Hey, a hat. Yeah. It's fancy, but can't wear it. I do like the ragdoll in this game. You just send them flying all over the place. Nothing down there.
I can't carry anymore.
A gun. I might start turning off seeing common items. We have basically something in every slot, so I don't think we really need it anymore. Only show me the magic and better.
Can't do that yet.
Oh, I didn't look at this. A lot of that, yeah, all those grayed out abilities are for a soldier. Was at the point where even yellow items are mostly vendor trash. Look who's too good for commons. Yeah, I only take unique and epic items, please. remove this pleb stuff from my sight. Pierce resistance, Aether resistance, shield damage blocked. Pardon me. Deal more damage to Aether corruptions and ethereals. Don't think that counts zombies. Aether corruptions are the eyeball things. Ethereals, I think, are like little. They're glowy orbs, I think. Yeah, I like the extra damage I'm getting from my current helm, actually. Even if that gives a bit more defense. Well, let's see. Now I actually deal a bit more damage with the other one. Okay, fine. No, hang on. Yeah, I had it around the wrong way. There we go. Do I want to have a 8% chance of seismic blast? Or more fire and physical damage retaliation? Also burn damage over time, actually. Sure. Gear treadmill life. Downside of these games of getting all this loot is that you have to go into your inventory and evaluate it all the time. Ah. The curse of having too much loot is having too much loot. Let's see. I could change the fire damage to acid and vitality. Nope. Not that. Yeah, sure. We deal acid damage now, and vitality damage. What would work with that here? We'll see how that goes. So we now deal acid damage and vitality damage on our special abilities. Like so. Boink. Splat. Yeah, it's a dagger. Poison bolt. Yeah, but the weapon I've got is healing poison damage.
Can't carry. My inventory is full.
Again, you just have to, you know, just have to learn to pack a bit better. One little detail of your dual pistol build you had. You also had a number of passive attacks from items that triggered from attacks, meaning you could basically start a chain reaction where you didn't need to attack myself and you war for a while, since all those triggered attacks would attack and trigger new attacks. Sounds entertaining. Do I have an ability in there called Curse of Frailty? No, that sounds like a necromancer ability. Yeah, okay.
See anything you like?
Well, I'm not dealing fire damage anymore, so that's not going to be as useful. We can put the mutagenic ichor onto our mace and our shield.
troubles you?
Do I forego using a shield at all completely?
Stay strong.
Oh, well, I didn't do that.
What troubles you? Safe journey.
I like using a shield, but it's sort of it really does get in the way of this. But because it's like most of my acid damage is through this. There's also vitality. That deals poison damage. And that only requires a melee weapon. If I'm intending to use Shadow Strike, it hits with both weapons. Right. Yeah, and you don't think it hits with a shield. Oh yeah, just says main melee weapon. So I guess it just hits with my main weapon. So let's see, what would I get if I dual wielded? I'll put 1 point into that for dual wield. Then I get acid damage from this. Yeah, let's keep it. Let me see. Because I can still stack poison damage. Out of these ones, this is the one which is acid. That's acid. That's got a stun. Slows the target. Would my shield with its smash, with its shield bash, stand up to that? Probably not. But, I mean, I'm an Oath Keeper. I kind of like using a shield. Yeah, we'll just keep it as it is. Because I like using the shield, and I feel like it's an interesting thing to do. Well, I might have to do some more thinking about it, but I don't really want to just lose out on that. Otherwise, it's basically a Shadow Blade, a Night Blade, with a bit of an oddity. What you give me? Gave me an amulet. And I've got this nice shield lined up there, so... Yeah, okay. Harder to flip-flop on things. As I said, it's tricky for me to think out these things. I'm gonna have to do some time thinking it out on my own, but... No, I lost that. I mean, who's playing effectively? I'm not playing efficiently. It's not like I'm trying to milk every single point of damage out of the class. I'm sorry, that's not how I play these games. Being a teleporting tank who throws his shield around is pretty amusing, so I think we'll just stick with that. It doesn't seem like it's going to be too many abilities which are incompatible with that. Just means none of the dual wield abilities, but that's fine. We can put points which we put into those into shield. Best shield build, you think it's Soldier Oath Keeper combo? Oh yeah. I fully expect that, yes. I mean, the Soldier's got pretty good shield abilities anyway. Shield Slam and such, and abilities which increase your defenses when you're holding a shield. You give yourself, like, defensive auras. It would work. It would just work really well with the Oath. What's it called? Oath Keeper. But that's not what we're doing here. We've made it an abomination, and we're going to keep it. God damn it, it's our abomination. That's the one I popped out of, isn't it? Yes, it is. I guess I could say something else about this game is that attack impact is a bit weak. The sound effects are pretty good, but like, you don't really get a sense of like. There's some screen shake. I don't know. Maybe it's also the ragdoll, because everyone's flying all over the place. Which I like the ragdoll. So, oh well. Hello? Yeah, sure. Those are better than what I've got. Oh, hello. Bloodsworn Agilants. And I think they were fighting the zombies. Yeah, those guys are the some of the Chthonians.
That skill's not ready.
You're interested in what new things will come with the expansion? I am too. I don't really know too much about it, other than it seems like mountainous, snowy place. I haven't really looked into whether they've announced more about it than that from the screenshots. It's kind of surprising that we're getting another expansion at all, because they said that the last one was the last one, but the one which added the Oathbreaker was the Oathkeeper was the last expansion, but I guess they got persuaded to change their mind because people like the game a lot. I believe the developers are working on another game, or they have got another game. I think it's like a city builder of some kind. I haven't looked at it, honestly. Hello. I can help you get back there. I can open a rift for you. I'm pretty sure it's safe. Now, another thing which is in this game is that some quests actually have multiple choices in them. It's not much, but it can affect, like, the rewards you get, or whether you get, like, a satisfactory outcome to the quest if you pay attention to it. Hey, where'd you come from? What? There is specific orders I'm attacking the enemies in. These Rift Howlers will use their AoE, which heals, and it maybe buffs the damage of enemies nearby. Likewise with the zombies, I think Furies, the red ones, increase the attack speed of nearby zombies, and yes, things like that. Just sort of go for the tougher ones first, or use your AoEs to clear out the weaker ones and then deal with the tougher ones on their own. Their buffs are no use if there's no one around to buff. There's also a number of optional secret bosses that you can only find if you make specific decisions. I think I remember one of those. I might have to look up that stuff. It's been too long for me to remember. Primordian, the Forgotten One.
Can't do that yet.
Nope, hello. There's some more dudes over here. Let me get rid of you. And there's more dudes. Hey, level up. I keep pressing R to use my stab, but it's not that.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, whatever. Do your worst. I'll just take it.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, I can't just hold down both of my mouse buttons. I didn't realize that I'd stopped using my main attack. And just lean on the buttons here, just sit there doing nothing else.
Can't do that yet.
Just let the game play itself.
I can't do that
You
yet.
didn't need to hit me with that, you goober. Hey, thanks for the necklace. And the pants. What do we get? Vigorous putrid necklace of corrosion. 6% acid damage, 22% poison damage, 194 health, 8% health, 22% poison and acid resistance. Plus 2 to Blood and Drig, 2 to Iskandra's Elemental Exchange, 120-second duration to Blood and Drig, 15% critical damage to Blood and Drig. These are all occultist abilities. Yep. That would be pretty nice if I was an occultist. It's still pretty useful for me, just for the increased damage to acid. Even if I don't get all the other stats from it. Let me see. No. Think all this stuff is destined to be sold. Okay. Put the points into cunning. Oh, I should have reset that. I forgot to do that. What else have we got? Don't think I'll be using Vire's Might. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I guess it's kind of like another dash. Yeah, we can see. Why not? It's like my teleport. Or it's like my backstab. That bunny. I like how I say I say one thing and then I do another. I know that must be really annoying for people. I'm not going to do this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to. Do I have a better belt? I do. I have this belt. Headhunter's Trophy. 5% of attack damage converted to health. Yes! Give me the belt with a bunch of skulls on it. Fires might have seen everything along the path of skating. Yeah. As you were saying earlier, the class would work well with the soldier. The soldier's got an ability like that as well.
That skill's not
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wham! Let me just charge into the thick of the enemies. Choo choo. And Blitz, yeah. Blitz Warlord is an all-reliable soldier and Oathkeeper. Blitz is useful to, like, get out of trouble. Or just to, like, dart around constantly. Okay. Oh, hello. You're a big bat. The impressiveness of these abilities doesn't really shine when there's like only 2 enemies right on top of me. It's like, yeah, I'm charging around. I'm charging on the spot. There we go. Thank you. Give me that loot. I see the Huntsman, Hellbore Shotgun. I'm not seeing names which encourage me for weapons I'd like to use. The Blade Master you're thinking of running is supposed to do Cold Blitz. Blade Master equals Nightblade and Soldier. A prototype weapon. Unfortunately, its inventor was slain before it could be taken to mass production. Oh, it fires like a burst of ammunition every now and then. Okay. 20% chance, that's pretty high. This is neat. It's a rifle which nets the enemies when you should hit them with it. Make like a big game hunter character. This one is a shotgun, which deals a lot of burning damage. I like how it's on fire too. What does details say? There we go. What's that adding? Oh, right, yeah. 3-second skill recharge, 4-second duration, minus 50 defense ability. Oh, right, it does bleed damage over time, too. So it's like a razor net. This one... 8-second skill recharge, 1-second duration, 100% attack speed. It's just like, brrr, I guess, every now and then. Why'd that pop out over there? What do you mean I can't swap my weapon? Oh, can you not swap it in melee? Or in combat? Yeah, I'm pressing W. Huh. Odd. Oh well. Yeah, you can hear me. I was doing it before. It's W. I'm pressing the W. You can hear it.
My inventory is full.
It's not swapping it over. Oh dear. Oh well. Fire damage, aether damage, chaos damage, burn damage. Ah. What about this shield?
Can't carry anymore.
That sounds like Quinator. No, don't drop that. That's your... Yeah, I can't... Maybe it got stuck when I was dashing around. Oh, there we go. Now it's swapped. Yeah, I don't know. It got stuck when I, it got unstuck when I used Fire's Might. Oh well, mystery solved. Report bug. Yeah, a bit of one. Give me the ring. I slam into you and shoot you in melee. Too many items.
I can't carry anymore.
I can't even pick up a ring. Drop that. Back to town. I know people want to talk to me, but, one moment. Well, I'm not dealing fire damage now, really. I am dealing vitality damage. What about these? Health regeneration, bonus to pets? No. Spirit, health, energy regeneration? No. No. Plus 40% constitution. That's this. Says elemental resistance. I believe that means it increases the resistance of these. Yeah. I'm tempted, I think I might just put some of these into the shared stash. Okay, you got any pants? No. Okay, I think all that we've got's pretty good.
See you around.
Thanks for saving me behind back there. Saving my behind back there. I'm gonna set up shop.
See anything you like?
He sells these medals, which is the thing which we haven't got a item in yet. Fire damage, burn damage, health. They give him a little bit of bonus experience too. How much is one of them? 3,000. We'll get this one. There's some bristly fur here. The stronger component. 25% constitution and 90 health. So yeah, I was saying earlier, I'm pretty sure early on, items like battered shells and bristly fur, you'd actually get like fragments of them, and you had to get 5 like pieces of shell to be able to make one battered shell. But they've gotten rid of that in the meantime, so you just get the whole item now. I think you get like drops of blood before you can make one of these roiling bloods. Bits of goo or whatever to make into these. And I think fragments of gems for those, and you know, just the same thing for all of them. It's how it works in Titan's Quest. It did mean you had a lot of stuff in your inventory, and you'd end up just having to go through them all and combine them all up into the bigger ones. So it was a bit of a hassle.
See you around.
Yeah, he did that.
Anything you like. See you around.
Let's see.
It's stashed.
Right, yeah. I'm surprised there's nothing in here. There should be. Yeah, well.
It's safe with me. Promise.
Let's see. Okay, we managed to play this for about 4 hours and we haven't even gotten past the first area. What do I feel after taking them down? I didn't feel much of anything. Yeah, thank you. You killed scores of the shambling dead, but I think you could do better. Okay. Chase the survivors as far as the mouldering fields to the south of Burwich. Go there and hunt them down. Yeah, okay. I mean, we're going there anyway. Do I really want to have 3 chipped tooth fragments to make 1 chipped tooth? If you saw an actual meaningful reason to it, you'd be more open. Yeah. Yeah, the system didn't work well in Titan's Quest because because I think mostly the drop rates were lower and enemies I think were a lot more restricted to like certain areas. So if you wanted to get enough pieces of my component to be able to get the whole component, you had to sort of stay in an area longer than you were hanging around for. Because I think as you leveled up and went into later zones, the same types of enemies would drop higher tier component parts. So you'd end up with a whole bunch of component pieces which you can't complete into a finished thing because you went through the area and they didn't drop enough, and you're not probably going to go back there because, you know, you want to keep advancing through the game if you're not wanting to grind for them. So in Titan's Quest, I remember it not really working very well. It just meant I ended up with a lot of items which I never got to make use of. Drop rate being more generous in Grim Dawn, that wasn't so much of a problem. And I kind of liked it for some of the rarer items, because it took a bit more effort to get them, but I don't really miss it at the same time. This is kind of like what it would need anyway, right? This is what I'm talking about. Like this blade sword talisman here. You see the ingredients it takes: 1 tainted brain matter, 1 chipped claw, 1 polished emerald, and 1 resilient plating. Well, higher ones would require like higher level of these ingredients, and you'd have to build up the lower tier ingredients to get to the higher tier. You know, it was like a whole process. And I'm just saying that I like the process because I spent a fair bit of time getting some components for my soldier. Speaking of which, sorry if I'm shouting, I can't hear myself over this music and such, so I naturally speak louder. Apparently that causes it to get a bit distorted. Maybe I should turn down the volume, but then it might not be loud enough for people to hear. Anyway, let me go back to my soldier. It started with it, and we can finish with it now that I've refreshed my memory of how the game works and all. So we have the Sandclaw Slicer of Ruin here, and it's got Oleron's blood in it, which is a rare component. And that gives me this Oleron's Might ability, which for a long time was my main attack. That should be there. Why is that not there? Oh, does it happen, Ren? Oh, it just activates on default attack. Okay. But yeah, it's like an extra slam of damage every now and then. Let me see if I can find some enemies. If I can remember how this goes. I think I have. Here we go. No, no, you're not enemies.
That skill's not ready.
So you can see every now and then my guy just goes wham. And I basically run down the keyboard 6, 5, 4, 3 to put on my buffs.
That skill's not ready.
Is it effective? It got me this far. And again, I have like Menhead's Bulwark, other buffs which go off. Defense when I take a lot of damage, I heal up and so on. So, you know, I managed to get it working. Let me see if I can find some enemies which are reasonably tough. But what was rebalancing and all that, I'm pretty sure the items I've got are not going to be as useful as they were. So yeah, you can see, at least these guys can barely touch me. Anyway. Don't worry about where we are. Let me just show my build again for this. Again, it's just soldier. Because it amused me to do so. And then my devotions. We have Shield Maiden up there, Assassin here. For Blades of Wrath, that's the spiral, which happens every now and then when I get a critical attack. Shield Wall. Targo's Hammer, which I don't think I've been really making use of. 50% chance on block. This is like the smite ability the Paladin has. The idea being that I just sit there tanking damage, and I have these effects which go off around me dealing damage to complement my melee attack. And then Blind Fury. Bound to my cadence. So, Arcane Barrier. 30% chance on hit, I get a bunch of absorption. This is on top of some other abilities in here somewhere. Just like I block and I get a shield. And then there's also, I was looking at my amulets here. But it might have changed over the years. This is one of them which survived. You can see it gives me Living Fortress if I have a shield, which gives me a bunch of health regeneration and physical resistance. But I did have 2 items which meant that there's another damage absorption there. When I got close to death, I healed back up to full. I might have removed them. Anyway, oh, items. So many fancy items. Where's my stash?
Safe storage, no question.
Yeah, here's a bunch of stuff. All these potions, rings and whatnot, and who's who calls it, and there's all my items. All these unique, well, not unique, but rarer things to put in items and so on. So,
I'll keep an eye on this.
anyway. That's that. No assigned to abilities. It's probably come off them at some point. I haven't again, I've just really started playing this again, so the character's not as effective as it was. I used to have to turn on my buffs. Now they're always on. Ah, yes. I might have been using them and turning them on and off, because I'd have to go through things and read how they work and all that. Anyway, that'll be it for Grim Dawn for tonight. We'll probably continue doing this. I was enjoying playing it again. I'll most likely intersperse this with something else, and we might go for periods where we don't play it, because, you know, I just finished Diablo 2. I don't particularly feel like playing through an entire ARPG again. But it's nice, something to do, which I can just... It's pretty mindless, and I can just natter at the same time, which I don't need an excuse to do. Anyway, well, thank you very much for joining for that. I'll stop the recording here.